Hello? Hello? I'm here. Hi. I have some candy, so I was gonna try and get it all together, but there's no time. There's no time. I also have some chips. Let me get my shit situated real quick. I have so much candy right now, it's crazy. Anyways, how's everybody's day doing? How's everybody doing today? Sorry, I have a container. Just want to open. Sorry, I'm sorting candy and I didn't have time to do it. But I hope everybody's having a good day. Let me turn my music up. It's a little quiet. There you go. How about that? That's me. Anyway, I got chocolate and I got some chips. So plan today is to finish the Baxter route. I forgot to get water. Bruh. How did I forget to get water? That was so stupid. Like, holy shit. Has anybody been playing Poppy Playtime Chapter 5? I haven't been playing it just because I haven't gotten it, but I watch people play it and we're crazy. We're crazy right now. Like that. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything in here. Okay, I think I need to grab water real quick. So let me do that. Um, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna grab water. I'll be back. I forgot water. I'm an idiot. I have water. Let me get the game open. I have so much stuff on my desk. What the hell? Okay. Alrighty. Let's get this game open. Okay, I remember it was messing with me last time, so maybe it'll work this time. We'll try it. We'll try and see if that helps. Dude, I'm excited for my birthday stream next week. I have. I'm gonna make me some enchiladas. All right, let me turn my music off. Okay. Are you ready? All right. Okay, we're at the party. That's what's going on. We're at the party. Oh shit! Why did it mess up? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Pull up a chair at one of the free tables. It felt nice to relax and take a load off. No effort had been spared when it came to decorations, but there wasn't much to actually do once you were sat down. You wished that you'd come prepared for this. Longingly, you thought of having... It's a tie between materials and a console. We're gonna go drawing materials. There's no better way to keep your hands busy than creating something with them. You sighed as you thought of your pens and pencils back home. You stayed at the table, found another way to fill time. Let's do this one. You hung out with your parents. You gravitated closer to your parents, who stood off to the side of the dance floor. Ma beamed as you approached. God, they're so pretty. What do you feel like doing right now? I'll stick with you two. What are you up to? Good question. We're undecided ourselves. Ma is being pushy.
Excuse me?
I am not. We're at a dance. I wanted to. I wanted to catch up with people more while we got the chance. It's been ages. Your moms shared a look over coy smiles. Mom gestured to you, Ma, and back to herself and sigh. I think I win with this development. It's not like we can dance with 3 people, not when the songs are all for slow dancing. We can get it to work. It'd be such a shame to lose this chance, especially when we can come back to see most of the people here on any old day. You have to make the most of a special occasion like this. They stared at each other again, neither budging in their position. Until Ma looked your way and said it with a teasing smile.
Isn't that great?
What do you think we should do to have real fun at a party? Hey, that's the leading question. Ma just laughed, flicking her hair back over her shoulders. You should have chosen a more exciting activity. Slow dancing isn't exciting. You say so now, but I know you were looking forward to dancing with me tonight when I brought it up yesterday. I never said I wanted to make small talk. Oh, you really do play dirty. Shame my idea is still the better one for a party of 3. You've got to dance at a party. The parents laughed together. Exactly right. Then Ma took Mom with one hand and you on the other and led you both onto the dance floor. You only danced with Mom, and the 3 of you swayed to the music. It was more akin to a game you'd play in kindergarten than a proper slow dance. You couldn't help but giggle. Your laughter was infectious. Mom and Ma joined in, and your little group's dancing became more and more ridiculous as it went on. Still, it was a good time, and that's what mattered. You whiled away the rest of the evening with your moms. Alright, let's end the night, because I don't want to get stuck here. The band announced that the next song would be their last. Though the declaration lured a few more people to the dance floor, it was still clear that the party was winding down. The number of guests had dwindled steadily over the course of the evening. The refreshment table, one crammed with plates full of food, was host to sad platters of what little morsels remained. Ma let out a contented sigh as Mom yawned. The lightness of the hour was wearing on them.
Wonderful.
What a lovely evening. Yeah. We'll have earned a late morning tomorrow. Your moms had a lot to say about the evening and what you'd been up to. Thanks for spending time with us tonight. It was wonderful. You're welcome. I saw you cutting a rug on the dance floor. Your mom said it in a joking tone and did a boogieing mime to accompany it. Yeah, I did that. Mom just laughed at the reaction.
Hey,
Who was that guy you were dancing with earlier? I didn't recognize him. Me neither. I didn't catch his name.
that's fantastic.
Ooh, mysterious. He must have been a guest of a member, or he could have been visiting the area. The Cypress has other branches in different towns. It seemed the topic would have to be left there. It was unanimous that nobody knew anything. Dude, when I'm reading out loud, I get so tired. How is the food? Good. You don't get stuff like that every day. Very true. Wasn't the band lovely? There's nothing like a live performance. Yeah, I liked it. It looked like you were making friends out there tonight. Meet anyone interesting? Yeah, I met some cool people.
Let's go.
Alright then, let's get ready to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing. Mom spotted your mom playfully laughing at the comment. I gotta really notice, damn it. I thought I was doing great. Hold on. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people making the most of a final song on the dance floor, as well as those exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. You had a good time, you didn't feel too strongly, you were glad it was over. Good time. In addition to the good memories you'd made, you felt a little more grown up as a result of attending the party. Turning away, you shelved that thought of another time as your mom's led the way back to the car. You hurried to catch up to them, feeling childlike once more. Okay, so we did the soiree. Derek, DLC. Okay. We did the soiree, so let's see what else we need. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Hold on, I'm reading. Let's see. Yeah, I assume we just move on because we did the soiree. Okay. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. It was a bummer. It would have been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how many days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You'd come to think of the summer vacation as the norm. The school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You've gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. The season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Happy you'd finally got a chance to meet her or to know her, become extremely fond. You didn't really like her, your mind wasn't made up on how you felt about her, you didn't care one way or the other. I'm gonna say fond of her. The neighborhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be here any minute. You'd agree to see his mom off together. Officially the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people. Once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room to wait for him. I'm gonna do that. You made yourself comfortable on your bed. This is where you'd be hanging out, so there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up again. It wouldn't be the first, and probably wouldn't be the last time that Cove brought himself up to your room without you taking him there. I need a chip and salsa, hold on. I got some chips and salsa from the taqueria that we went to earlier. And I also have leftover tacos I'm probably gonna eat in a little bit. Okay. So that salsa's hot. Right. A knock at the door broke you from the idle daydream you'd been having about endless summers. You recognized the sound immediately. It's from the cheery tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention, or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth tended to skip knocking completely. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard, and had uncommonly long pauses in between. There it goes. Come in. Cove opened the door, smiling casually as he caught your eye. God damn, he's so cute.
Hey.
Hi. Stepped further into the room with other guests. You might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair. His preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions were the ones of someone who'd planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though he had an appointment to get together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. Still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair. A wry smile tickled his cheeks. Yeah, you nodded. She'll be back. Time's going by so fast. I'm gonna do that. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off hair following a dip in the sea. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times before when he'd sat in that same position. This was a really nice summer. I'd had better. I'm looking forward to the next. You nodded in agreement. I'm looking forward to the next. Cove still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. Ooh, Mom's calling us. The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd clearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. Bruh. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Freeze had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed, leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. He gave his back a pat. You rested your arm, or your hand on his arm. This is the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It's hard to think of a world where you didn't have both of your moms living at home with you. So you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing his mom was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. You don't have to head over if you don't want to. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Okay. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Oh my god, why do he look like that? Hey kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi Brandon, so glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you. I hope you had a good time visiting. Bye, you didn't say anything. Good time visiting. I really did, thank you. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unhazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was such a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Brother. And then Cove stiffened. Kira listened to her hold on him enough to study his face concern. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Bro. You're gonna confront him. Cove sighed, and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment. And then, just as quick, it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright. I have like this weird collection of mucus, hold on.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. Ooh. He wondered if you should offer to leave when Kira gave Cove a pat on the head.
Alright.
You can always call me if you want me to be part of the conversation, okay? I'll call, thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kira and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived. Rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door, Kira stood up smiling sadly. Okay, so when we did his route, we stayed and they had their argument, I think. But because we're not together, he doesn't want to have that conversation in front of us, even though we're friends. Okay.
Well.
That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble at the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite. but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything else I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Clifford gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, you'd be wondering all night if you got into trouble on your way there. I could do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She didn't let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounding things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff put an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again, while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the street, or down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. He got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. No one asked for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head amused. That's such a dad joke response. They'll walk back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That would be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. He wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not break it down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? Y'all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused at Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who invited you in. Who are inviting you in? Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'd be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. With the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So what now? I slightly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Holy hell, hold on. Somebody was playing loud music outside. Oh, my nose again, hold on. I'm getting a lot of mucus. It's very weird. Alright. Cove spoke up, but after no one else did, to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me, unlike you guys. I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Okay, if you guys want to... there's something else to do. Okay. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive. One of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who'd you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. What the fuck was that, Elizabeth? Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here, I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whatever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. You felt he could try this idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon that idea. You gave a look to the other two. I'm just gonna give him a look. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I could bounce a soccer ball on my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around. The stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping street. Would you want to chase a lost ball here? And what if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-colored, while the other was a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Crabs? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. You stayed out of it. I want to say Australia. The other three giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When he saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Not Jeremy, bro. I forgot. Between the crowd, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. I'm gonna look away. He didn't want to even start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you'd ever see him. I'm gonna keep the thought to myself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder, though. What would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you'd ever met before. That was kind of pitiful. You didn't want to think about him. You and the group moved on from another stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. Y'all enjoyed what little time you had left. As Elizabeth mentioned, the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. You have had enough. Homebound, here we go. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. Looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. You nodded. I'm gonna nod. We're not doing that. Me followed Elizabeth as she took it upon herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. I'm gonna move to the front with Elizabeth. Some dickhead is revving their engine outside. You kept up with your sister and listened to her gab about how she was gonna call her friends later and what they were up to. You didn't know everything she was talking about, but you gathered it was important to her. Phil mostly stayed out of the conversation, while Derek would ask the occasional question when he wasn't trailing behind. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek made the front door, got the front door, and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. It was nice. It was okay. Yeah, the big heist went off without a hitch. I'm just... You Joe got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Ma sat down a platter of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma... Is it chided? Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not
A
bad.
lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too, and it's always nice when you stay over. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair.
Mm,
And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Oh, is there nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number 1, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
there.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Manners. Don't think I'm not seeing your elbows where they shouldn't be. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. Elbows on the table is the dumbest fucking rule ever. What the fuck is this? This isn't a fancy dinner party, and I don't understand what the big deal is about elbows on the table. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly. Soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some things to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Can you move? I need the phone. God, she's so fucking rude. What the fuck? Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see ya. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye. I'm a wave. You accompanied the gesture with a smile on your face. Cove smiled and waved back with a nod.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to come pick him up. He decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A wet summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
That's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street, again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. He turned to him when he had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. He glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when you realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. Derek, what's going on? You kept quiet. I'm gonna say that. I'm a little sad. It's just with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled some optimism in the conversation. You shared those words. I'm gonna say optimism. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattering around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough that it was harder to read his expression. I actually wanted to talk to you about something if you don't mind. There was a pause and he waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. Wait, no, I don't want him to be in my route, please. I'm trying to do the Baxter one. I kind of don't want to talk about that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to be with a guy. I can be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is just, is there any guy you kind of think of, cool, like, around here, not at school or anything like that? He ducked his head further, you thought about it. Not right now. Okay, I get that. So, Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Alright.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Aren't you like 13? What are you on about? Together, like they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened. He started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, that we never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now all at once. So yeah, what do you think? I'm just gonna hurt his feelings, I'm sorry.
Aww.
Don't worry about it, that's okay. It was just an idea. Thanks for hearing me out and answering my questions and stuff. You felt a little worried that Derek wasn't happy. When he saw your face, he smiled encouragingly.
It's okay.
I promise I'm not mad, I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future no matter what. Okay. I'm pretty sure if I answered any of the questions like a certain way, it would just be his route and I would get to see Baxter's. Okay. You just nodded. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Derek found all kinds of fun things to talk about as you walked side by side back to your street. Then he plopped down on the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you all about the new action movie coming out in a few months. And then you watched his brow pinch as he described the new ball tricks he'd been working on perfecting. It was easy to laugh along with his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brothers. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all when a couple of short honks rang out in the neighborhood, snickering. Derek scratched the back of his head. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming from around the corner. Mrs. Suarez cheerily waved her arm out of the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, and Mom too. Guess you know what that means. Derek rose to his feet and brushed some dirt off his pants. He followed his lead as the car rolled up to a stop in front of your house. The van's side door slowly and laboriously, opened. On the inside was Jorge with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged the heavy door open to the rest of the way so Derek had a way in.
Hi.
Hi. Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here. Looking past Jorge, you found Nicholas bouncing against his straps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Hey boys, nice seeing you. Holding on to the sides of the open door, Derek leaned in the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids giggling over everything else. Faintly, you could hear a conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. And after you could do anything with that thought, and before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly. Then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I gotta go. Well, you know that, but bye. It was really cool hanging out today and this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away this time. His voice grew quieter, and he stepped his foot on the pavement.
We had a good summer break, huh?
But it had to end sometime. I'm gonna nod. It was so hard to believe that summer break was coming to a close already, especially after everything that had happened. I'm gonna smile. Changes were always a mixed bag, but you were glad for the addition of Derek to your life. You hoped that he would be around for many more. His friendship meant a lot to you. The time had finally come, and Derek hopped into the cabin of the van. Jorge and Nicholas waved to you from their seats. The adults shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You laughed at their muffled voices, and Mrs. Suarez leaned out her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us. Mr. Suarez and I just wanted to say goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to say his farewells, to give his farewells. Okay. Don't worry, I haven't seen the last of me. Come back soon. See you later. I'm gonna say see you later. With a cheery grin, you held your hand high and gave a big wave goodbye so everyone in the van could see. All three brothers watched you from their seats. Take care. Then Derek closed the door for Jorge this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved forward down the street before flipping around to drive up the hill and out of the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Suarez family drive away. You were relieved you got a chance to see the whole family again, but they were gone. And you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. Now that it was quiet, you yawned and decided that it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed the living room, and the phone appeared to be free. I'm gonna call Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey Lee, can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School's starting first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. You know. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you had this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. I'm gonna move on to talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. I'm glad you picked the right answer. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee. Alright, okay, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side of the table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. I was stretching. Okay. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. Why the fuck is he out there? Hold on, I'm gonna get some chip and salsa. Okay. Oh, ads are about to start in 1 minute. If you don't want to see ads, go ahead and subscribe. If you have a Twitch Prime. Otherwise, it'll be like $6, I think. And if you have a Turbo, you don't have to worry about that. But if you subscribe, you get emotes, no ads, as well as sub-only channels in the Discord, and you also get a merch discount. So, yippee! Otherwise, you gotta sit through 3 minutes of ads, I'm sorry. When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. I'm smacking the window. Grinning, you sneakily crept over to the window when you were right in front of the glass. You snapped both your hands up hard against it. Cove's body visibly jumped where he stood and his head whipped around, trying to find the source of the noise. When he noticed the clattering in the window behind him, a window from your house, he tried to shake his head in disapproval. Even from that distance, you knew he was smiling. Amused with your own antics, you waved at Cove. I'm gonna leave him alone for now. After that final little event, the time had come to call it a day. A few more minutes of nothing ticked by before your moms poked their heads into the living room.
How are you?
Ready to turn in? We just wanted to say goodnight before you got into bed. We hope you had a great last day of summer. Maybe your first day at school tomorrow will be even better. Thanks, Mom. I thought you matched their warm smiles. You hoped the new school year turned out to be a good one. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward. And you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, and your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Noises happened, you just tried to forget it. You stubbornly kept your eyes shut. I'm gonna try to forget it. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound, quiet, slow, and persistent. Hold on, I gotta take my hoodie off. Too warm. It's too warm. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. This boy is driving me crazy. From the color of the light flickering in your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon. That didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in your bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, but not for school. What the fuck is he doing? He was wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Dude, why is he so cute? I hate that I have to like not do his route. Even though I really want to replay his route. Oh my god. I remember when I first played this game. It was so fucking fun. It was so nice to like do all the stuff and it was fresh and new. Okay. Hi. You stood back blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Here we go again. I'm gonna say here we go again. Your comment was half-hearted and you both knew it. Only Cove would think of something like this, and that was part of what made him special to you. Cove chuckled conspiratorially. I had a hard time reading that word. His smile widened. He rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to the ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them in a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the doors closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leaped into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared it. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being hurt or caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For each step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. Okay. We're gonna change hairstyle. I think what we'll do is... I do like that one. Ooh, the wild wavy one? Ooh, that's nice. Let me change the front hair. We're gonna do that one. Alright, let's remove the acne. We'll keep that. Rosy cheeks. Looks like we're done with everything there. No. Headscarf, nail length. Nose ring. Oh, there's a nose ring option. Alright, we're not doing any of that. I'm done. Comfort, relaxed. Interest for Cove. Just fond. We're not doing anything crazy. Oh my god. Alright, let's change his shirt on him. I think the jeans are what's gonna be okay. Let's see. Oh, his hair is so cute. Oh my god, his hair is so cute. We'll do the second one. The glasses. There's no earrings that I want to show off. Necklace? Yeah, we can add a necklace to him. We can add that, yeah. PJs. His hair's fine. No glasses. Alright, we'll just do that. That's fine. His formal wear. Alright, we'll do glasses for that too. Okay, done. Okay, oh, I have notifications on Discord. Hold on. Not important. Not important. Dude, I'm in so many servers. I need to chill out. The start of classes ended the relaxed 3 days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around much, or nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. Kept in touch. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In the second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Chihuahuas also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. This was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She's no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved on to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to, your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationships with his family improved over the years. Kira visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. Cove had become so much more outgoing than when you had first met him. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove remained interested in everything across the spectrum. He loved to learn and stay inside, but he also loved to get outside and participate in more physical activities. He was multi-talented. The friendship between you and Cove that you had cultivated for years remained consistent. The two of you were close confidants. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even though... Oh, my mouse, hold on. Hold on. Okay. My mouse just got really weird. Okay. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over and you could not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently, the summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical is now going to be your first step into adulthood. It's adult time! Yippee! Hold on. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene, the whole family having a meal together. God, she's so pretty! Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here. It was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because she had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer those moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Ma made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you had lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. You generally ate whatever. Picky eater or not, oh. What's a proletarian? Hold on. Google, show me this guy's balls. What is a proletarian? Semi-vegetarian diet. Okay. Excluding red meat. Oh, dude, I used to live like that for a little bit. And then I realized, no, it didn't work. I'm gonna be picky or eat whatever. In real life, I'm like super picky, but that's just with my autism. But we're gonna say eat whatever. The meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Conversation had gone on idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. So that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us. What is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out that Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street per Sunset Bird tradition. For the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. Ah, that's nice for them then. Have a good summer. Mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. I hope they're still okay, even if they are mean. My thoughts exactly. Finally, they can piss off. That's a relief. Be nice. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
Lonnie. That blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Third time's charm. Ooh, step 3 times. Step 3 times. Okay. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. A stepping stool was mandatory for you. Were very short. It was a struggle to get them up without a stepping stool. Okay, so realistically, sometimes I need a stepping stool, sometimes I don't, depending on how far I need to reach, so we're gonna say short. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically challenged. I am vertically challenged, bro. Dude, I was 4'11" for like 10 years. It was crazy. Alright. Felt great. Hoped you'd still grow more. Wish you had stopped growing earlier. You didn't think about it much. You don't even want to think about it. I'm gonna say you felt great with how things were. Your height was something about yourself that you were always quite pleased with. Liz shook you out of your initial musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but nope. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. Hold on, my dog is doing something. What are you guys doing? What is it? What's the matter? I don't know what they want. They went potty, they ate. I don't know. Okay. It was only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year 1 was of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I think it's pretty cool you want to be an architect. That sounds hard. I think it's pretty cool. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Hold on, my phone's doing a thing. Go check something. Will you lay down? Go lay down. These dogs are crazy. Come on, phone, do your job. Okay. Sorry, my phone's being a piece of shit and I wanted to check something. Okay. Here we go. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine one way or another.
Oh.
Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if it's even your plan. What's going on with that anyway? You came to a firm conclusion recently. You had a solid plan set for a long time. Recently. Answer the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, average. I'm gonna go average. You felt satisfied leaving off there. You were just glad it was truly behind you. You passed and it was fine, and now you could do what you wanted with your time. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the
You're a
topic.
good boy.
say that. Don't say that. Why did she say that? I hate this. That's like my favorite line, I'm sorry. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. God damn it. Oh. This is your sister, goddammit. Chill out. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belong. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Yippee! Cell phone time. I'm gonna do beloved songs. You casually picked it up from the table where you had it placed earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday present from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was... you know what I'm picking, blue. It was just a phone, you didn't do anything to grade it. Special charm. Which was... oh, I'm thinking maybe a crystal or... ooh. Or you're gonna do a crystal. The screen lit up as it gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by a caller ID that was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Oh my god, she's so pretty! Look at the crystal! Hi. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Hey, I love doing chores. I like cleaning. I actually like cleaning. Oopsie, sorry. Oops. I skipped, hold on. Oopsie, sorry. Okay, no I didn't. It's alright, I can do it later. She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you couldn't relate. Unlike you, we had started dipping our toes in the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cobb Holden doing? There was a friendly sense of genuine curiosity in her tone. She had always thought well of him. But that name was incredibly familiar to years. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. You can count him among the group of your friends, very close, best friends. Cove was essentially family. I'm gonna say probably best friend. No one knew you the way he did, and vice versa. Have you been hanging on without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here, just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time he asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? It doesn't seem like you should have made his grand return already. Doesn't seem like he should have made his grand return already. Okay. Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You can understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, and the last few weeks especially, Cobb had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still, your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. It was just shitty. It upset you. You never minded it. It was kind of nice. I'm gonna say I never minded it. You kept an eye on his highs for him while he wasn't there. You were incapable of doing anything until he was back. He gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. Oh, I always do this one, so we're going to do that. Some were just to borrow, and others were for him to keep forever. He sent you letters while they are in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state. It became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, and you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? That sounds great.
good.
Good, I'm driving. That was obvious you didn't know how to drive. Go get your wallet and anything else, we're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from gifts you'd received. Alright, driving time. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. I'm gonna do this one. My back. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. A gift of your own ready. You had a gift of your own ready to give Cove when you had the chance. You really appreciate what you've gotten. I'm gonna say that one. It was thoughtful of them. Eventually the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So,
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society, even if smaller stores require extra distance and the brands are so much more. You and your sister abruptly stopped talking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Oh, this is the one. This is the one part. Okay, it's the friend that she had before. The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey.
Look. You followed her gaze as best she could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Look at who it is! Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh, our Shiloh from when we were kids. Yep, that's definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. It's hilarious. It's incredible. But how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Brandon, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Dude, this is embarrassing. I've done this in public before, when I was younger. Why do I have to be the one who watches? We're not doing that. It's a terrible idea. I'm gonna say fine. Likely, without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. She loudly projected a word across the way, and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you can only stand there as the tension in the area shifted to the two of you, thanks to your sister's shout. But of many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face, while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you had presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quiet glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
Ah, your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that's Brandon. We were all friends when we were little kids. His eyes wide, or his already wide eyes were even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange much more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. Honestly, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how... Genuinely? You try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. The field trip is not a vacation, we're on a schedule. Startled, his head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched him patiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh really shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. He honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who'd been forced around his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude. What the fuck is this first song about?
Excuse me?
Were the weird ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. What the fuck?
Bye.
What? Who? Huh? And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast, he hadn't even been able to get a word in. sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday's October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. Whoever Nate hit, he sucked. I'm gonna say that. He was so unnecessarily unpleasant. When all you wanted was to talk to someone for a moment. You wanna go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Good luck out there, you'll need it. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby bro. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, there was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms toward the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had been enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home from her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. I didn't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a nice room. I didn't see your name on it. You wouldn't after clearing out every possession I left behind. That's right. I don't leave evidence behind. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. We take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. Don't count on it. It's alright with me, I don't need it. Sure. If sarcasm won't save you here, I'm taking that in as agreement. You flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plopped off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. I can design my room! Yippee! Blue. What's the extras? Okay, window. Oh, I like the lights though. Floor. I think that's it. I think we're gonna do that. You're really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. You stood inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. This boy. He's always sneaking into the room. God. Oh, God damn, he's so cute. How are you here? Surprise. His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly disappeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, he had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start, and began to explain.
So...
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink. In case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, merely feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. Bruh, hold on. Hold on a second, I got a message from somebody. Ouch. Okay. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back in town. You were his first port of call, taking precedent above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. I'm gonna laugh. The light bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. Trouble's back in town. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. Trouble's back in town. Ruffle. I'm gonna smile. Cove's own smile widened into a full-blown grin, his eyes bright. I missed you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. While he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set, while you had been busy reuniting.
Well...
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you in a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? No, I'll walk you downstairs. Sure, I can go over for a little while. I'm gonna say no, I'll walk you downstairs. Cool. Go begin to head to your bedroom door. I'm just gonna follow. Two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. Cove's surprise arrival had wiped your earlier discovery from your mind. Now that you had had a chance to recover, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier, I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who had moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him before I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much.
Oh.
Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Oh, you mean, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cobb's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as he could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think that coming to an end. Ow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being on, people coming back, it feels like I've missed a lot. It has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And we'd better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. See you later. You waved him off as he headed back home, closing the door behind him. You wondered how you'd spend the rest of your night. Maybe you'd think of some plans for what to do now that Cove was back. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later you were meeting up with your friends Cove, Miranda, and Terry to go into town. It was all a short notice. That was because everyone was so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile.
Alright.
So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around the road. They noticed you too.
Hey.
Good timing. You should come join us. I'm gonna wave. Cove matched your grin. His whole body appeared to relax having you there. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. Why did I press that? God damn it. So, what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have been just waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. You've been here too long to see if a new person rents a condo is what you consider an exciting development. I'm dying to see the newcomers. Anyone has to be better than the last tenants.
I don't know.
I don't know. That house could be cursed, and we could be getting ones that are progressively worse. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty house, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Cove. But that would be horrible. Knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of him. I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both his hands over Cobb's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cobb go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cobb smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. Kind of a bother. Favorite people. We're gonna do favorite people. That's fine. Itchy. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cobb sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street for a while. Good luck. I'll just say good luck. Despite the slightly teasing tone to your voice, you meant it knowing Cobb would rather be doing anything else than this, but you figured the wait wouldn't be too much longer. He looked at you, and you could see the gears turning in his mind. He smiled. What would it take to get you to stay with me instead? I'm gonna smile just a bit. Cobb looked hopeful, waiting for your response. You only have to ask. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what at least what they look like. Cobb nodded at that. You noticed that he seemed much happier about this task now that he wasn't going to be waiting alone. And his eyes fixated on you firmly. You're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly Cobb raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Berg. Luckiest. For a moment you weren't sure if Cobb was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. He then stepped over his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cobb on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as he settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contently, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cobb's eyebrows raised at the sight. At that sight, he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the new empty condo. It was the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cobb tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cobb was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected. Okay, this is the new stuff. Here we go. He was a young man. Had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-sweeping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile, already prominent on his face, curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cobb shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing... Oh, you know what? Let me go take a break. I will be back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna do what I need to do. I return. Hello. Alright. I had to take the doggies out because I had to go potty. Okay. Continuing on with his own business. He strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You're standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. I'm going to shake his hand. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. I'm Brandon. Hey, Brandon. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From the other side, Cove made a sarcastically amused scoff. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Dude, why is he being so mean? Like, he's being so weird. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons, his eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove... Hold on, I want to get a piece of candy as I have candy next to me. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove, that's gorgeous. Why is he hitting on him?
What?
It's really not. No, I agree. It suits you. Oh, I don't know who to pick. I don't know which one to pick. I'll say no, I agree. It suits you.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you, living with it this long, but I promise to the onlooker it's a knockout. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden behind his words, and he noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. He became absorbed in his own thoughts, tapping a finger to the side of his chin as he stared at you. He shot Cove a confused glance. He shrugged in response. After a few moments, Baxter had that same smile curl from before. He removed the finger from his face and used it to point directly at you.
Mm-hmm.
We've met before.
What?
What? When? Baxter continued to smile widely. His head tilted slightly to the side as he studied your visage. It's embarrassing, but I haven't remembered that part yet. He laughed cordially, while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing at what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. Dude, I have candy. That is so good. I'm getting there. Don't tell me. I know you want to, but do not. Don't come to me. He continued looking at you up and down, hand back over his chin while he racked his brain for answers. And then recognition appeared in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he announced his revelation as though he had forgotten his own birthday. With Cypress, at the summer soiree, of course. Turning away from you, Baxter began rambling to himself about the details. That had to have been before any regional, so at the time I was about 14. That makes it 5 years ago from now, right? Cove's mouth fell open.
Seriously?
Are you kidding me? Is he serious? Did you really meet this guy at that country club party 5 years ago? You certainly had. You've never forgotten that mysterious boy. You weren't sure what to say or what to do. He'd appeared in front of you so unexpectedly, and he'd done it again. Cove's eyes darted between you and Baxter again. The instigator of this discussion lightly gestured with his hands in response. It's not good. It's good not to forget a face. You see, my parents are members of the Cypress. They happened to be passing through on a trip across different states when they heard about the event.
To be honest.
Funnily enough, the entire reason they joined was for the connections they could make with other members there. Looks like that perk has finally hit for me too. Originally, I had thought it was only any good since I could occasionally dance there. Is he a dancer or something? Baxter suddenly stopped and stood up straighter. He grinned. Dance. Oh yes, that's what I was going to say. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing earlier. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks? I'll pass, I think. I'll pick you up on that for some time. I look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in the conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yeah, so... Well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester for college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. I was practically reeling over how Baxter finally found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cub spoke firmly yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of phrase to myself. And when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or a romantic fling, or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No. That isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. So, would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. I am flexible, not a surprise. I can back off with the lines of if you don't like that attention. But I would like to be friends if we can. Bob wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you and he continued to look at your face while he spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. Doesn't bother me. I'd appreciate if you didn't do that with me. I find it pretty entertaining. It'd probably annoy a lot of people. It doesn't bother me. I say it doesn't bother me. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. Since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You told Baxter you were both waiting to see who was going to move in. That condo hasn't had a new renter in my entire life. We had to see who was moving in now. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already, not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod with the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today. Cope gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See ya. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cope were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared into the house. inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. Why we were out here too. He burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job's done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Yeah. Direct crush. Yeah, look at that face. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, hold on. I got one on my nose. Ew, yuck. Try and blow my nose. Alright, what initiative level would you like Baxter to have for step 3? I'm gonna do high, because I find him very interesting. You thought he was charming, you were looking forward to seeing more of him. I'm gonna say the first one. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. Took your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfying grin. There was a new message. You opened the new text from Miranda, and all you saw was, "I can see you." Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you? The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. He sighed at the ridiculousness. Hold on. Damn. On my nose again. You weren't sure what Miranda had planned next. Cove looked at you puzzled, raising an eyebrow. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to yelling from across the street. There you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
God, she's so pretty. I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, buddies. Hi. How did you appear out of nowhere like that? They started giggling again. Carrie glanced at Miranda, wondering what their story should be.
Ooh.
It was magic. Gesturing in a vaguely whimsical manner, Carrie went along with the decision. The magicians never reveal their secrets. Ooh! That's fair. Carrie then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
sorry.
Eventually, she let him go. Carrie looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would get another you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So?
Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule this time. By this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job, or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the ocean. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. It was Cove's activity. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, right? Coming right up, isn't it? Yeah. There's not that much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. He nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you can do it, and even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on a college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where to exactly stop and eat. Miranda was the first to offer a suggestion.
So,
I don't know about anybody else, but I'd like some chow mein. Chinese is fine with me. Entirely serious, Terry nodded. That'd be amazing right about now. I can always agree there. Sorry, my dog's pacing. What is it? My dog's being weird. Okay. The group's lazy wandering shifted into a purposeful journey just like that. And as Terry predicted, the conversation was able to continue on the way to food. Cove finished explaining what was coming up with his Orca fundraising efforts. All the talk of beaches reminded Terry of her own personal goals. She'd been considering getting lifeguard training. Cove can keep our ocean clean and I can keep it safe. Such selflessness was inspiring for the listeners, though Terry butted in before anyone was too impressed.
no way.
Don't be proud of me yet, I haven't even signed up. Laughter burst out in the little crowd. Miranda took a turn to chat about her life next. She picked up some 5-week summer courses at the community college. They wouldn't be starting until later in the month. It was exciting though. Not content speaking solely of herself for too long, Miranda mentioned good news for someone else. Specifically that her older brother Jude had a new boyfriend. You vaguely knew who Jude was. He was in his mid-20s, you were pretty sure of that. What you knew for certain was he had his own place with a real career and everything. Jude existed in a whole other stage of life than you, and hanging out with his much littler sister's friends had never been on his to-do list. Now that was an accomplishment worth being taken in by. Terry, who heard it, and Miranda, who said it, was equally dazed. He'd been single for a few years now. It kind of seemed like he wasn't interested in anybody, and that was true basically. There wasn't anyone here for him. He dated a friend who he's known online for a long time. They'd been playing games together since college. That's my theory, but he might not have dated anyone else because all he wanted was to hang out more with that good friend. But no one ever said that to him. He never even dated there. He never even hinted there might be a thing until one day they were suddenly dating. But besides that, what's funny is I don't even know his name. Jude didn't talk about him to us until they already known each other forever. And now that Jude has started talking about him all the time, he just calls him Grant.
Huh?
Is his name not Grant? It's not. It's an inside joke about how they talk about school grants one time when they were first becoming friends. But I thought it was funny how Grant was also a name, and we were all going, oh, I bet Grant could get a grant. And it escalated to joking about a grant being named after some person called Grant. His friend made Grant his username for everything, and it still is today. He barely had a concept of Miranda's brother, and that one explanation was everything you knew about his boyfriend, and the story gave a real impression of who they were. Wow, Godspeed, Judy. Never let Grant go. That's nice. I bet they're really happy. Do you think we'll ever know his actual name? Maybe if they get married. Trying to follow the incredible story of Grant proved difficult. Miranda trailed off. The current conversation was well and truly over, so Cope took a chance to speak. This has been on my mind the whole time, but there was never a good chance to mention it before. What is it? There's a new person renting a condo in our neighborhood. Really? From one tale to an unusual character to another. Of another unusual character to another. Cope spoke of Baxter Ward, as if he was a local legend. His name is Baxter. He's in college, though he doesn't look like he's much older than us. Maybe Miranda's age? He's not going to be what you expect, no matter how much you try to guess. The description put Terry on edge of a non-existent seat, and she was about to fall off it somehow.
What?
A new man in town who's our age? Cope Holden has been holding out on us as usual. I won't guess that. I won't guess. You tell me what he's like. He's a charmer. I can't wait to see him again. Intriguing. He added on to your initial description with a couple thoughts of his own. More explanation was required to make any sense of it. Baxter's bold. He says whatever he wants and he dresses dramatically. Everything on him is black and white, even his hair. Huh? Cope had been correct. That kind of man had not been considered in the realm of possibilities for Terry or Miranda. I don't care that he has a style or that he's not shy. What I don't get is the way he acts when impressed by strangers who have done nothing. He said he wanted to hang out with us, me and Brandon, this summer, and all this other stuff. And that was the very first time we'd met. I have no idea why he cares, or why it was so easy for him to say that to people he knows nothing about. So you got his number? No? Cope's eyes squinted and his nostrils squished inward from the incredulous scrunch that suggestion had given him. Considering the picture that they had painted, he couldn't understand why Terry would imagine anything like that had happened. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll ask later. I wish. Then do it, and you should too. You don't meet a social butterfly like that every day. The black and white color scheme proves he's a rare specimen. This Baxter is flapping around the town, coming to appreciate our two good buds, Cobe and Brandon, right? Like flower buds, and he's a butterfly. Carry that pun is such a stretch. Well, he sounds like my kind of guy, and we could always use more friends. I'm not so sure about that one. It's as shaky as your blood metaphor. This was escalating. The more fired up Terry got, the more Cove and Miranda wanted to shield themselves from the embers. I think it would be nice if we could get along. No longer moving forward, Terry stood there with her hands on her hips. As a single true extrovert of the group.
I'm on it.
I'm gonna meet Baxter, right now. Cope completely stalled, except for his lips, which sputtered a response. What about getting food? I know the way. You can all go ahead. I'll be back before the food hits the table. You'll see. Terry's light chuckles contrasted massively with a hefty sigh from Cope. You're actually going to go to a stranger's house and ask for his number? That's the plan? Yeah. Why do you gotta be like this? If I wasn't like this, me and you never would have been friends ourselves. And I probably wouldn't have been friends with Randy either. I don't live in this town. I can't miss an opportunity to connect. Otherwise, that'd mean leaving it up to chance or fate or Cove's ability to have relationship progress on his own. I don't have all year for that. He'll be gone before then. That's what told you for going slow, Cove. You're good the way you are. Baxter can be a butterfly and you can be a snail. Why are you insulting him? Bro, why are you insulting him? There was affection in Terry's extended metaphor, but Cove still frowned at the almost certainly correct assessment of how his connection with Baxter was going to develop.
No.
I don't like snails. How about being a sea turtle then? But Terry, you're not helping. A sea turtle or Terry are not helping are good answers. Terry, you're not helping. Yeah. I get it. Cope is picky. Hey. Order me the General Tso's chicken. I'll get his number. Inspired by the name of her meal, or perhaps her meal was inspired by the sudden mission, Terry gave a military salute before flipping around. Miranda and Cope simply watched in disbelief. Hold on, I'll go with you. I'm gonna go after. Cope gave a haunting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He just had more foresight than you in an instance. What are we supposed to order for you then? Oh. You slowed your pace way down and glanced over your shoulder. You called out. Teriyaki chicken.
All right.
He let you go. I was looking for sesame, but it said teriyaki, so I picked it. He let you go, and you found, when you looked ahead, that Terry had stopped in her tracks. She waited for you after you announced your intention of joining.
Thanks.
I knew you were a bud. The trip back wasn't long. You barely left your neighborhood before the announcement of this change of plans, but there was no time to lose. Together you sped down the sidewalk, around the bend, and in only a few minutes you'd returned to the ever-familiar sloped street. Terry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a force of habit. Which is his? She asked the question so naturally, you almost missed realizing that she wouldn't have known where to even go if you hadn't decided to come after her, almost. But you wanted to see Baxter. It worked out for both of you. He pointed a finger towards one of the rectangular houses back up higher on the hill that she'd passed right by. That's it. Ooh, glad you're here. Let's go. She hoofed it in reverse, upwards to what had been the Forbidden Fortress. Though the former danger that haunted those halls had been released, and instead it was claimed by a proper gentleman. Terry fearlessly rang the doorbell. She never understood the true terror of the Donnells, but one might think there'd be some hesitation in the action. After all, she was still approaching the home of someone so unfamiliar to her she hadn't known which house it was. But they would have thought wrong. Terry remained fully confident in the decision. You stood at her side with hardly more justification to be doing this. The door opened and there was the man you'd met 30 minutes ago. Baxter had said goodbye for today when he'd left then. What an overestimation of how long it would be before you'd once again show him your face. Oh. He must have believed what he'd said because seeing you raise his brow and put a questioning edge on his exclamation. Why were you back? After the initial recognition, though, his features all smoothed out into his default expression, lidded eyes and a curved smile.
My pleasure.
It's a pleasure to see you. And you? Baxter's head angled squarely at Terry. It was a playful tilt. You weren't there before. Still keeping his face turned to Terry, his brown eyes shifted towards you. Brandon must be popular to have such a rotating collection of company. I expected as much. Oh my god. Baxter blinked and it was as if he'd never taken focus from Terry for even a second. His attention was on her so fixedly. He held a hand decorated with sleek black rings to her, then gave a cordial introduction.
Nice to see you.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's how nice to meet you. The offered hand received a sprightly slap, a side five, in place of a handshake. I'm Terry, a friend of your neighbor's. His interest was piqued. Baxter far less subtly looked between the individuals making a house call, trying to gauge the motivation for it. With no hint to go off of, he settled for asking directly.
How are you?
And what can I do for you, my neighbor and friend of my neighbor's? Terry was going to come either way, but I thought I'd check in. Is the condo nice? It's lovely. His voice was distinctly sweet and soft. The tone must have been born from a simple appreciation of the condo. Or it might have been because you cared to ask, and the quality of lodging was irrelevant to how happy he was to answer. Brandon here and Cove not here talked about you moving in for the summer. It sounded cool to me. I decided to see you and your black and white hair myself. The reason people were unexpectedly at his doorstep had been revealed. Baxter's response to such an intrusion was pleased. He instinctively brushed a few strands of dyed hair, smiling all the while. Well, thank you. You sounded cool, and you are. Let's swap numbers.
Really?
Really? This town truly is neighborly. I'm not from this place. He's so forward. Terry's reason for seeing him was far more tenuous than Baxter assumed. She didn't live in the neighborhood, or the next one past, or anywhere in Sunset Bird. She laughed heartily over it. Baxter snickered much more wryly. Neither of them had a care in the world. Then it's this social circle from wherever they come that's so friendly. Even better. Does this mean I can have your number?
Certainly.
That would be excellent.
All right.
Good. Terry pulled out her cracked spell. Baxter did the same thing at the same time. His phone case was black and white. No surprise there. They hovered closer to each other, bent over the screens and tapping away. After a mistype or two, numbers were exchanged. Thank you. Welcome. Would it be alright if I had your number? And I'll give you mine. His head remained bowed, but his gaze lifted towards you. His cheeks went up as well in a sparkling smile. Of course, I'd love that. Baxter waited for you to get your own phone out, and he repeated his number. You got it down, then gave yours in return. The contact name on his list was Brandon across street with an exclamation point.
Perfect.
But he slid his phone into his back pocket.
Honestly.
And I must admit, I was not expecting this vacation to go as well as it has. Even with this generous estimation of my social ability, I imagined I'd need a week or more to find someone to exchange numbers with. Instead, I have 2 new friends the very instant I arrived. Oh, Baxter, this isn't even all. Since you've seen me, Brandon, and Cove, it's only a matter of time before you meet Miranda too, and there's still Liz, obviously, maybe even Lee will make an appearance. The news of yet more strangers being invited into Baxter's vacation had no visible impact on him. He replied contented and calm. I look forward to all of that. As you should. Now we need to make haste. There are other matters we must attend to. Lunch awaits. That was one way to put it. Baxter's formal tone seemed to be rubbing off on Terry.
See you.
Ah, then I won't keep you. I hope to see you again soon, though. Please feel free to text or call anytime. Have a good day. Same. Exactly. Come on, Brandon. Like 2 shots, you went off off up the road. Baxter didn't move an inch from the entryway as you left. Neither you or Terry spoke on the race to the restaurant. The clock was ticking. Every second longer you took would be another drop in degrees from the warmth of your meal. You stopped to catch your breath, only when you were under the shaded awning of the Chinese restaurant. Terry wiped her fully exposed forehead with her palm.
Finally.
Making friends works up an appetite. Yep, good thing we're about to eat. You entered the building together leisurely, pretending to be normal people who arrived for lunch in a totally reasonable way. Terry explained to the hostess up front that a table should already be prepared for her and you with 2 others. One who's short and in shorts, cute freckled, big purple eyes, a lacy top. She's shy, probably didn't say much, but the hostess politely stopped Terry's babbling with the raise of a hand before she even began to describe Cove. There was plenty to get the idea across. You were directed towards the center of the dining area. Miranda and Cove were there, speaking quietly. In front of them was nothing more than 4 cups of water and a plate of 3 spring rolls. The dish was supposed to have 4. As sure as Baxter looked black and white, you knew it was Cove who had ate the one that was missing. Even if food technically ended up in Cove's stomach before the 2 of you returned, an appetizer had to be cheating. Terry met the main course, and it was not there. You could still take it as a win. She certainly did. Hey, we made it.
Hey.
Creases lingering on Co's face showed he'd been worrying about the results of the unexpected pit stop until the moment you both appeared. But since you'd strode into it victoriously, he was reassured enough to already joke about it. You barely made it, you know. We ordered a while ago, and this appetizer's already here. Ah, close. But making it is making it. Did my good friends get what I requested? I'm out of soda, goddammit. The sudden primness of Terry's speech was lost on Miranda. She didn't understand that a bit of Baxter had been brought to the restaurant with the two of you. Yeah, I got it. General Tso's chicken for you and teriyaki chicken for Brandon.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. One of the empty seats was finally filled as Terry plopped down. Satisfied after a job well done, he took the last remaining chair. So did you actually see him get his number? We did. Cove glanced your way, his wavy brows raised in surprise. We was clearly the word that was on his mind. You continued with comfortable ease. I got his number too.
Huh.
Wow. The group had settled into its usual rhythm when your proper meals arrived a few minutes later. We ate and talked, and not once did the topic return to the element of the unknown, Baxter Ward. But he remained stuck in the corner of your mind. After many seasons in the sleepy town, you hadn't expected of what the summer of 2016 would look like. Oh my god, this game's old, I forgot. It had been all too easy to imagine. Sure, you'd graduated high school. Your life wasn't going to be the same anymore, but it was too soon for that to warp the existence you'd had for over a decade. At least you thought so. And yet there was Baxter. He was something you'd not counted in a single one of your vacation plans. You couldn't have until barely an hour ago. Now his number was on your phone. A new world, one you had no grasp on, was already poking its way into your old routine. It had come in the form of a black and white ballroom dancer. You were lucky. Final days of familiar comfort had come. But the first sight beyond that was a charming young man asking you to spend time together. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough. Your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. Tirelessly. Gee, there we go. My head itched me. Okay. You yawned, stretching your arms high over your head. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you did so, you peered into his face, or you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It was surprising you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted... We're gonna do... Focus on time that's not school or work. And that was the basics. For yourself, you wanted to... Self-improvement. Take some time to relax, and that was all. And after that, you wanted... Let's travel. It'll all be happening so soon. You haven't even begun to do anything about that yet. Family and Co. looks like. Now you wondered what Cope had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stepped in the middle of the street. Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So you're planning on relaxing for a while and stuff while traveling? Yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you while when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm. Then his expression grew more serious. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career, not this summer. I'm gonna stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brow furrowed, and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed derisively? But with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. I'm gonna smile at him. Your plan sounds very you. Your head tilted affectionately ever so slightly to the side as you watched him process your response. Cobb was going to continue doing things his own way and in his own time. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. You knew him well enough to know that Cobb wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
You deserve to have everything you want in life. I want you to get everything you want in life. That flew out of my mouth immediately, but you meant every word. His mouth pulled into a delicate grin. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You believed him. No matter how daunting the future could be, he was right. You would be okay. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was the start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see ya.
Good night.
Good night. The Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Okay. I have to... Sorry, I'm distracted by Discord. Give me a second. And then I'm gonna look up my next steps that I need to take. Okay, late shift. Voting. Okay. Alright. After lunch, you ran into Baxter. He was more than happy for an impromptu hangout in your neighborhood. He spoke idly about the first time he bought a shirt online. Apparently, the website hadn't been in English, so he made do with automatic online translations. His unique fashion sense was eclectic in more than one way. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. He smiled in fond remembrance. I measured myself multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. It wasn't as if I'd be able to ship it back if there were problems. But to make a long story short, it arrived in one piece multiple months later. At that point, I wasn't going to complain. It was a physical object in my hands. He gestured with his arm for emphasis. As he did, Baxter glanced at his wrist, at a watch that wasn't there. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time with this. You had a few chores to do, but you were generally free. You weren't worried about it and shook your head. Baxter eased back and returned to chatting. The two of you meandered around the neighborhood, aimlessly walking as you talked. I saw Cope earlier. He was on his way to work, from what I gathered in a brief chat and from how he was dressed. Yeah, he's working as a server at the tropical place. I think he found a good option for himself, especially with how limited jobs are in this town. Since you're free, perhaps we could do better than standing here. I'd be delighted to invite you over to my condo to chat more comfortably. Baxter's condo. You'd lived on the street for your entire life, but had never actually been inside. You were curious about it. I'll go. But I will need to leave before this evening. I had plans to visit Cove at his work too. Of course, I wouldn't presume to keep you. He made a grand, sweeping gesture directed at his place and led the short walk over. You followed beside him, stopping when you reached his front door. He opened it for you and welcomed you inside. It was a familiar threshold from your childhood. You couldn't help having a slight shiver up your spine as you thought of the condo's previous residents. Took a quick breath as you cautiously stepped into the condo. The first thing you noticed was just how unexpectedly nice and sleek it was. It was also clean and smelled faintly like some sort of unidentifiable air freshener. You had to wonder how much of this was due to whoever rented it out, the former residents or the current one. Regardless of the pleasant presentation, you were on edge. You couldn't help but stay on guard, as if mean, not grandparents might jump out to yell at you at any moment. Baxter noticed something of your discomfort and raised an eyebrow. Everything alright? I've never seen the inside of this condo.
Really?
Oh? You seemed genuinely surprised. The former neighbors never had you over for tea. Sounds out of character for this street. You snorted at the ridiculous thought of those particular prior visitors ever inviting you over. No, they weren't exactly nice. They were the opposite of that, really. I'm actually amazed I'm standing here now. Baxter's smile was curled as he ushered you to the rest of the way inside and closed his door. I would like to hear more about this. Sounds like there's a story here. He sat on his sofa, first sitting properly before readjusting his position to a comfortably forward crouch. He waved his hand toward his furniture, an invitation to take a seat. Yourself. I want to sit next to him. You took the other half of his couch and slowly lowered yourself down. It was not as comfortable as your own couch at home, but it wasn't bad. You turned yourself slightly so that it would be easier to talk to Baxter. His head tilted to face you as well. Do you want to hear about the mean, not grandparents?
Absolutely.
My ears are open. You began to give him the rundown of your past neighbors, explaining how they didn't like children and had a reputation among you and the other kids for being nasty. Baxter chuckled at your stories and adventures in dealing with them. Sounds like you. The two of you continued to chat until the sun started hanging lower in the sky. It had been seen falling through his large windows. You stood up when it was time to go. Baxter led you to the door. I think I'm actually going on an outing to town myself. It's a good night for exploring. You nodded as you stepped outside. Let's see. Let's do bye. Goodbye. He parted in good spirits and walked off. You entered your house and got yourself ready to visit Cove. You were definitely looking forward to seeing him. Clearly, Cove had been working more often. You rarely saw him during his shift for obvious reasons. He was busy. That was why it had been a surprise when Cove asked you to swing by. Maybe Cove was also thinking about how much his job had impacted how often you saw each other. Luckily, his place of employment was within walking distance. You wouldn't have to worry about getting a ride. The air felt heated around you, but with enough of a breeze to cool you off. You strolled past familiar buildings, not even having to think about how to get to Cove's job. You had gone down these streets more than enough times to memorize the way. It was easy just to enjoy the brief trip. Sure enough, you reached the parking lot of the tropical restaurant. You headed right inside. There was a small jingling of a bell as the front door closed behind you. It alerted the employees of your arrival, and you scanned the lobby for a tall, green-haired waiter. You saw a flash of movement and stepped to the side so you could see the back corner better. With a better angle, Cove was easy to spot. He was cleaning the table of some customers who must have just left. He instinctively looked up from the stack of dishes at the sound of someone approaching. Cove met your eyes with a welcome smile when he realized who it was.
Thanks.
Thanks for inviting me. Is stuff going good? Cove laughed quietly, his eyes alight with the past amusement. You should have seen it. When I got here earlier, there was a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. He shook his head at the memory. He wondered how the shifts had been sorted out in the end. He didn't bother to elaborate further on this workplace drama. Anyways, yeah, it's fine. That was the most exciting that I got. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with all that. I'm glad you weren't dragged into that problem. Cove nodded in immediate agreement. I don't think I could handle it, you know me. He pressed his lips together at the thought. He sighed. I don't really want to start making a scene at work. Oh. Cove's eyes grew wide and then drifted off. His mind was clearly elsewhere. Making it work. I gotta get back to it. That's what I'm doing right now. He laughed at how easily your presence made him forget the situation at hand. Take a seat somewhere over there. That's my area. I'll be back to take your order after I finish that other table. It won't be long. With that, he gave you a semi-nod and readjusted his apron. Okay, I'll see you then. Window time. I like window seats. He took a seat right near the wall and stared off into the evening. It already looked so much darker out than it had been only a few minutes ago. A few cars drove past. A seagull also landed on the sidewalk across the street. The bird was trying to eat something fry-shaped. As promised, the Cove swung by again. He stood straight, the task that had been at hand completed. Took your order with a grin and jotted it down neatly. Since he had a moment together, he struck up a new conversation. So do people hit on you a lot while you're working? I feel like I have to ask, but I don't know. You leaned forward towards him, watching for his reaction. He stuttered in bashful confusion.
What?
I don't know. How would I even tell? He ducked his face down and he tried not to laugh. Cove could be very dense when it came to that. Took a second to think. When he raised his head, he was suddenly smirking. I mean, I may not know if people have flirted with me exactly, but there are a few people who sort of shot past that. I've had requests to just directly be somebody's new boyfriend or some other stuff that was weirder. Does that count? What kind of weirder stuff? I'm not telling. Dang. Cove chuckled at your reaction. Oh, actually, you were suddenly reminded of your afternoon adventures at Baxter's place. Remember the mean knock grandparents I saw inside the home?
What?
Really? He looked amazed, like he was just barely containing himself from peppering you with questions. Suddenly, a thought hit him like a brick. Wait. He settled down immediately. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The new person staying there is really, welcoming. Someone called out for a server. Cove turned his head without pause and gave him his best customer service smile. He nodded at you and then headed over. He watched as he got the other table a round of refills. It was a shame your conversations were so brief. But what else could you expect when he was on the clock? Seeing Cobb acting so mature was different. He was like a real adult and giving service with a grin, at least when he remembered he was supposed to be working. I'm gonna say I'm proud of him. It's nice to see him growing up. He changed a lot over the years, and you were happy to see how much he had matured. Cobb eventually returned with your drink and then with your food. He stole little moments with you, quick conversations and smiles. You watched him work. He took orders, cleaned tables, and delivered food in a very professional manner. He was always on his feet and rarely stopped moving. After you'd finished eating and paid, a few large groups started to flood the restaurant. Some seemed like regular tourists, but there was also a group of 12 carrying in birthday presents. As Cobb looked like he was about to be very busy, he decided it was time to head out. You scooted your chair back and started to walk towards the doors. He frowned when he saw you leaving, but then switched right back to a smile. He gave a quick wave before turning back to his bustling tables. I'm in a greenback. You felt buoyed to see Cove for a little bit. Wordlessly, you ambled back outside into the shopping area. The evening sun was warm on your skin while you were taking the trip back home. You heard the quiet jingle of your phone and stopped on the sidewalk. Then you pulled it out to check. It was from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you and have a great day. Happy to do it. It wasn't what you were expecting to do today, but it was totally fine. Your mom was always working hard. You wondered how her day was going. Hopefully much better than yours, you thought. Texting back, you said, yeah, I can do that. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though. You did already get a thanks for it. Your phone remained grasped in your hand as you grew lost in your thoughts. Everyone was busy working nowadays. The only other person who wasn't was Liz, and you had no idea how long before that changed. Imagining what your own future would be like. Let's do that one. The day you started working or doing something to support yourself was coming eventually. There were a handful of dream scenarios you bounced around in your head, but you had the rest of your life to try new things as you discovered what you wanted. You were eager to begin that journey. You were still inside of your head when another message came through. Looking at your phone, you saw that it was Cove this time. Can we hang out again? After I close at work this time. I come to your house or something. Yeah. A fond smile tugged at the corner of your mouth when the next message arrived immediately. Awesome, thanks. You were struck with the idea as your fingers hovered to reply. You already agreed to run by the store today. You could meet Cove in town. Actually, I'll meet you at work when you're done. I have to stay out running an errand anyways. Cool, I'll be here, obviously. See you later. Smiley face. You finally put your phone away. You realize that you may not have enough time to get to the store and back before Cove was off. You'd need to return to the tropical place first. But what was done was done. To fill the little gap of space in between your new plans, you decided to. Let's do a browse of the places close by. Your feet took you down to where several of the touristy shops were located. It had been a while since you last poked your nose around what they were selling. As you approached the restaurant building, you noticed a figure out front. It was Cove. His silhouette was instantly recognizable to you, even in the dim light of the parking lot. You could see him smiling eagerly as you got closer. He had been waiting for this. I'm gonna wave. Your hand lifted up mid-torso height and you shimmied it side to side. Hello again. Hi. His initial excitement at your arrival deflated quickly. Cove stopped being able to meet your eyes as he spoke more.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for earlier when you were visiting. It wasn't very exciting, was it? I hope I wasn't wasting your time. I figured we wouldn't be chatting much while you were working. I say that. Well, that's nice of you. His smile reemerged, though only slightly. Then he continued his thought. It's just with all the shifts I've been doing lately, I wanted to have you around some more. That's really all. It was to make my day better. But it's not like working has to be a good time, and that there's better places you could have been doing. There's better things you could have been doing than watching me do stuff at a distance. Thanks for talking to me about this. It explains a lot. You grinned easily. You felt proud you were the one he called when he needed someone to lift his spirits. I'm glad my job doesn't have to get in the way of us being together. I feel the same way. Thanks. It works out then. What was that errand you talked about earlier? Are you still doing that? Yeah. Would you want to come too? It was late, and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly you wanted company. He eased that concern by smiling softly. Sure, yeah, I can go shopping with you. You walked, right? Mm-hmm. Want me to drive you? Yeah, that would make things a lot easier. No problem. It's nice of you to do this. Not really, I like spending time with you. I like that too. Moments later, Cove had his things together and you were both ready to swing by the store. Cove pulled into one of the many free parking spots at the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. Car doors were popped open and you got out at the same time. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burger joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside the building. The automatic doors shut behind you. With you surely having arrived, Cove raised his brow curiously. So what are we here for again? Asparagus and peppers. It's for something my moms are making tomorrow. Sounds good. It'll be a short trip. Uh-huh. You idly scanned the front room for a basket you can use. A full cart wasn't necessary. That was all there was to it. This was a simple stop that you weren't thinking much about. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of Cove's full appearance while looking down to pick one up. It's kind of weird to see you dressed in a uniform in a different store. Cove snickered while sliding up beside you. Misspelled.
Right?
It's like I'm wearing a costume after Halloween is over, but I just hope no one thinks I work here. The uniform is totally different, but you never know. Basket in hand, you ambled toward the vegetable section. It was set near the back, but visible right from the entrance. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All that was left was the peppers. There was a wrinkle in that plan. What color did they want? She didn't say. What are we gonna do? The color definitely matters. I'll text her real quick to ask. You tried to fish out your phone while balancing the basket. Cove held a hand out to take it. You accepted the help. Both hands free, you were able to type out a brief message to ask about pepper colors. Then you stared, reading at the screen. Cove hovered nearby to peek over your shoulder. The replying icon appeared, and you felt Cove lean in even closer. Just the regular green ones is what she sent back. Alright, that's easy. And he was right. He picked up the requested green peppers, tossing a few into the basket. Produce acquired, all that was left was to go through the line, but as you approached the cashier registers, Cove stopped in his tracks. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need fruit for breakfast tomorrow. But what should I have? Cove, he glanced back unsurely at the section you just left. You have plenty of time before we're leaving. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go back with you. That coaxed a small smile from Cove. His tension eased.
Sorry.
It's fine. We can take a little more time to do this. Cove gradually led you back to the fruit stands. He let his eyes wander across all the options, seriously considering his decision. Why did I click that? God damn it. Not bothering to rush, he walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. Oh, great. That's it. It'll be perfect for tomorrow. Great! Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. Cobb carried his food himself, and the two of you went back to get a spot in line. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away in paper bags. There was one for you and one for Cobb. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. You walked across the length of the store to reach the doors closest to where you had parked. Ugh. You and Cobb stepped back into the night. Cobb lightly slung his bag back and forth in his grip as he peered, squinting into the dark parking lot. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. Thank my mom for sending me out to do this. Your mom's pretty cool. So maybe not for asking you to do a chore. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cobb was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. It's been a long day. Yeah. That brief exchange really summed it up. Cobb shook his head to himself, the amusement replacing his worn-down expression. Oops. I ran out of tissues, goddammit. When did a busy day go from having way too many ways we wanted to play, or having some extra homework, to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? Hey, this is still better than high school. That's fair. Cobb's eyes narrowed as his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought.
I think.
Your mom's needs the stuff for tomorrow's dinner, but not tonight, right? Uh-huh. And nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get it home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to that fast food place so you could get something? You know it's still open. Doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. He perked up at the suggestion. It sounded like fun. Alright, let's go for it. Let's drop the groceries off and we can go. Eve agreed, and Cobb strolled over to the cars, buoyed at the thought of something to look forward to. He placed his bag in the back of his car, and then let you store yours inside as well. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint. There were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. You had to go all the way around the building to get into the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Lucky there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. This place had common burger fare, nothing that set it apart from similar places. However, people must have liked it considering you'd seen it open for years. Hello, what would you like to order? Yes, hello. I would like one of everything on your dessert menu. Hey, you stole my order. He brushed a hand against the back of his head and his polite smile for the employee bent. It's something my mom does sometimes to be all spontaneous. I'm trying it out too. Somehow an act of planned spontaneity was incredibly Cobb-like. After the cashier made sure Cobb was being serious, it was time to order. You got... Get a salad and a hamburger, no, french fries, chicken nugget, and an apple pie, and that was all. Cobb gave you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. You wrapped up the ordering process, paid, got the number 264, then claimed the table. You sat down across from Cobb in a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have to pick up the place. I'm not worried you're going to finish all that. You eat so much. You joked with a smile on your face. Yeah, well I can't not do it now. I have a reputation. He tilted his chin, taking it as a light challenge. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay home. You didn't want them to worry. Cobb watched you before pulling out his phone as well, maybe for the same reason you did. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. He offered you a small smile. I've missed you, you know. Even if you weren't ever really gone, it's been less time than I am accustomed to. Cove tapped his fists on the table definitively. He paired that action with a childish pout. If someone saw him like that, they might have assumed he was throwing a fit over not getting the toy that comes with a kid's meal. We demand more time with each other. You dropped your palms on the tabletop for adding emphasis. Exactly. He beamed at you sincerely, a ray of sunshine in this late-night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react.
Don't worry about it.
I've got it. Save our spot. I'm gonna nod in agreement. You stayed in the booth and got situated for the arrival of all the stuff. Checked over the table and moved your phone to the side to make sure there was a clear space. Cove returned with 2 trays in hand. A great bounty of food. He placed them down carefully, with being extra cautious at the tray that held his milkshake. I'm back. And that's gonna be the last time I'm serving food to anyone today. He smirked and you snickered. It made a lot of sense he was the one to get it. He was a professional. Thank you for carrying all that, Cove. It's no problem. Oh my god, he's so cute, bro. He's so cute, bro. Cove didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and immediately sipped his milkshake. He then took a spoon and sampled his sundae with an approving hum. He made an attempt to follow that up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but failed with a distressed look on his face. He tilted his head in a silent question. Hot. He switched back to the milkshake, taking a dedicated slurp. Cove sighed in the relief of it brought. The cool relief it brought. You also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. In only a minute, Cove's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised that the milkshake wasn't far behind. I'm gonna smile. You look so blissful that you could just let yourself be happy for him. Look at his happy face. Oh my god. Hold on a second. What? Alright, I'm back. Sorry, my mom was calling me. Alright, let's get back to the game. He noticed your expression and smiled back at you as he sipped his milkshake. He'll put down his drink after that and cautiously picked up the apple pie once more. You looked it over seriously, no doubt checking the temperature of it this time. You met your eyes with the most serious expression he could muster. Do you think I could eat this entire thing in one bite? You snorted and he burst out laughing as well. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on this initial grocery trip, and equally happy you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat. You felt more energized than before. You continued to chat, mess around, laugh, and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you felt like you weren't totally grown up after all. It was good.
That was scary.
Happy Honey Frog is here with 3 new friends.
Thank you for the raid, Happy Honey Frog. Thank you for bringing your peoples here. Hello, hi, thank you for being here. My name is Brandon. I am a Chihuahua. I'm just a femboy that came from another world. Welcome, hi. I hope you enjoy your time here. We're just playing a little bit of this for another half hour. Drink water, god damn it. Fine, I'm drinking water. Okay, I drank water. Are you happy? Alright, I'm just playing a little bit of this for another 30 minutes. Okay, so according to, let me check the interwebs. Let's see. Late shift. They can invite Baxter along as boating. Okay, so you can. I'm gonna do boating, and then we'll move on to step 4. It looks like. So there's nothing else here that I want to click on. Okay, we got to get an interaction, every interaction possible with Baxter before we go on to step 4. So. You perched at the kitchen island, whiling away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset Bird area as part of what she called a little trip. Apparently she'd thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into reality in Lee's hands. You'd been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. It was kind of insane she could make that happen. You were eagerly anticipating the adventure. It'd be great to see her. The idea of being on a ship worried you a little. You're pretty mellow about it. Okay. This is a totally new scenario I haven't touched yet. You know what? Before I forget, let's do... I think that's it, right? Yeah. There we go. That way I don't forget. You haven't gone anywhere near this. This is the DLC stuff. I'm trying to get the Baxter route taken care of. You were still on the child stage? Oh my god, when did I play this? I think I played this in like 2019 or 2020. And I played all of the Cove route, including the wedding DLC. This is my first time doing like the whole other routes. I'm doing the new stuff. Cove had run away once upon a time. Oh my god, that was literally forever ago. Well, if you don't want to be spoiled, you don't have to stick around. That's okay. I appreciate you bringing here anyways. I'm gonna say eagerly anticipating the adventure. It wasn't every day that you got to ride on a proper boat, let alone a private one. You were excited to get out on the water and see the ocean from a fresh angle. You weren't the only one who was heading out on the trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. And so the trip would only involve the kids of the family, a term that had stuck despite all three of you being adults now. Mom would have joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, then even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people, and not many folks lived close by. There was naturally one person around who would always be there for the ride, Code. You were just about to meet up with him outside. Lee had been glad you'd told her he'd be able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and her plans for the day ahead, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the display, you saw the incoming call was from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Hey.
Hi.
She's so cute. Drove straight into the topic, the trip meetup. You could hear the trill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now and everything is all set. All you gotta do is show up and we'll be off. Woo! You spoke quickly, animated by anticipation. Hooray! You echoed her enthusiasm. Great, can't wait to see you. Liz and Cove are definitely still on board, right? Yep. Wonderful. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend a last-minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else to join in when we're out in the middle of the ocean. There's this new the guy in the neighborhood I like. There's this new guy around. I think you might like him. I gotta invite him. Invite him. Brandon, we gotta see if he wants to come. I need to see who your new friend is. It's all good. I have short memory. Okay, that's totally fine. You're free to stick around. Alright, I'll do it. No idea if he'll be free, but I can try.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. I have to if you want to see... I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last words dramatically, making them sound more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled along down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye. Now that your attention was free, you look over to the stairs to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Besides, you just stopped by Baxter's place to invite him along. Liz would catch up, you were sure. Text her. You grabbed your phone one more time to let her know where you'd gone. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out the door. A sunny day greeted you, shielding your eyes with a hand you admired the sky. It looked like good weather for heading out on the water. That was something. You heard your name called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was standing halfway between his own house and yours. He waved at you as he walked over. I'm gonna wait. The warm race still felt good on your skin. You wanted to bask in it, uninterrupted, a little longer. Cove reached you after a few moments. Hi. Hi, Cove. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. Cove glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Of course. You don't even have to ask, right? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if trying to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is a really ritzy trip and Lee's your cousin, not mine.
I mean...
The two of us, me and Lee, are friends, maybe, but it's not like we've ever hung out on our own. I'm kind of worried I'm going to be out of place. He wants you, I promise. Okay, you're right. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders, but you could tell that he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go, don't worry. Good. You were satisfied with that. Oh, I meant to tell you, I'm gonna invite Baxter too. I've gotta check if he's in now before we run out of time.
Huh?
Really? Cove was stunned. He hadn't been prepared for any extra surprises. He shook it off, however. Alright, it's not like this isn't already gonna be awkward for me. He was joking, mostly. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Cove, I'll see you in a bit. You strolled over to the condo Baxter was staying in and rang the doorbell. You recalled the last time you had been at Baxter's place, but before memories could claim you, the door slid open. Baxter looked out, his head tilted in interest.
Nice to see you.
Does he not like Baxter? Baxter is very straightforward. He's very honest. He is a charmer. Cove doesn't like that. based on Cove's actions, I'm not really sure what's going on in his head. Cove is still a sweetheart, like, and I didn't change any of his personality because, like, when he get older, you change his personality. I didn't touch his personality at all, so he's very much like a shy guy. You know, he was very to himself and everything. So having somebody come up to like flirt with him, he's like, I don't like this. He folded his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the doorframe. It's so cute. I fucking love Cove. I want to say right now on my Discord profile, in like the description in my bio, I'm literally a Cove Holden simp. Okay, I fucking love Cove. He's my favorite. Is there something I can do for you? We're taking a boat trip right now. You in? His eyes widened only briefly before resting back into his usual languorous expression. It was either an impressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours. Perhaps both.
I can do
I'd love to. So you didn't have plans already? That's great. To your surprise, Baxter's mouth curled into a little smirk. My schedule is always open for an improved itinerary. I'm flexible, remember? Oh. He was not only agreeing to come on the trip, but apparently canceling some other plan in order to make it happen. Baxter was certainly something. Thanks for keeping me in mind. I think this is going to be fun. He slipped outside. After securing the door behind him, he swept out an arm indicated for you to lead the way. The first stop was to Cliff Cove. He was waiting, as promised, where you'd left him.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Hi. There was still no sign of Liz. You took the opportunity to bring Baxter up to date on the plane for the day. He took in your words with interest. Only a minute or two more passed before the door to your house finally opened, Liz framed within it like a portrait. Unlike you, she had no need to shield her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun's bright rays, as her hat was performing the job admirably. Oh, she is so pretty, bro. She's so fucking pretty. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. Her attention then promptly turned to the group's new addition. Nice to see you again, Baxter. His eyes closed as he bowed his head in a nod ever so slightly. And the same to you. Living on the same street had given Liz and Baxter the opportunity to get to know each other over the course of the summer. Though she'd spent less time with him than you had, you'd anticipated that she wouldn't object to him tagging along on the trip. I asked him to join us today. Just as you expected, Liz didn't have much of a reaction to the change of plans. She merely raised her brow. Oh. I feel like you and Lee will become fast friends, Baxter. Baxter smiled politely. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd all be heading over in Cove's car. And you set off for the journey down the coast to where you'd be meeting Lee. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. Given that she was doing it without seeing where you were, and that it was a good area she was only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of fumbling, a little retracting of steps as your cousin and your sister had different definitions of orange. That was rusty brown, Liz had protested. But before too long, you heard her voice calling you, not from the phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for the source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and waving frantically for your attention. You'd arrived. Lee dashed from the bow. The bow? I think it's the bow, right? Over the gangway where you boarded one by one. She's so pretty. Hi everyone, I'm so glad you got here okay. You could tell, even if she said nothing, her bright grin as she saw you all spoke loud and clear. I can't read what you're saying. Hi, Lee. I gotta give her a side hug. Snaking one arm around her shoulders, you pulled her against you. Lee wrapped an arm around your waist and hugged you. The bow, okay. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of others who'd be joining you on your ocean voyage. Her attention was immediately pulled to the only one in the group that she'd not met before. Grinning, she approached him. I'm Lee.
Pleasure.
I'm so excited to meet the mysterious new man on the block. What a coincidence. I was looking forward to meeting our gracious host for the day.
To be honest,
But I must confess, I'm not that mysterious. I'm rather open. I do hope that doesn't come as a disappointment. Not at all. I can appreciate forwardness. Welcome aboard. With that, she glanced over at the others.
Thank you.
Thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Liz's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group was too small to hide effectively. He was making fleeting eye contact with Lee, then looked away. Thank you for letting me come. The boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. Couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You don't have to laugh at him. We're all gonna have a good day. Cove smiled weakly at you, his face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show of support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. The floor seemed to give beneath you. As Lee whooped with delight, you realized that the ship had pulled out into the water. It had been steady while it was moored, like you'd temporarily forgotten you weren't on solid ground. Now as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt you were truly setting sail. The little group dissipated into chatter, or headed over to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger out on the water than it was back on the shore. The floor continued to rise and fall. You couldn't predict what it would do next. You were curious how this trip would go. As you let your surroundings truly sink in, you thought today was shaping up to be memorable. You were glad that you'd be able to join Lee on this trip. We can really get the party started now. Oh, wonderful. What did you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear that she didn't have something immediately in mind. Cove's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Can we get out of the boat, like go swimming around in the deep ocean? Sometimes you'd swear that boy was part merman. The way he was continuously drawn to the water. But Liz immediately squashed the suggestion.
No.
No. Her tone left no room for debate. Baxter chuckled, combing a hand through his hair. I'd prefer to stay on board too.
Sorry.
It's not that kind of boat trip. It wasn't supposed to stop anywhere. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off in the water, the captain would call the Coast Guard on us. Cove's shoulders slumped at the resounding rejection. Aww.
All right.
We'll have to find something fun to do. But we'll still find something fun to do. Truly, there isn't that much we can do on the boat that we couldn't technically do back on land. I often take trips with my father on our boat. He always spends the time deep-sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman, personally. Activities that could also be done while not on a boat sound excellent to me. Visibly bolstered by Baxter's support, Lee smiled warmly at him. My dad also takes me fishing sometimes, though we do it on the docks by a dad's shop. I'm not good at it either. Baxter snickered, his expression warm as he looked at Cove. He appreciated the delicate attempt to relate, especially with how standoffish Cove normally was with him. That's the fate of sons with their dads, apparently. How lucky we won't be doing that now. Yeah. Liz nodded. There's something wrong with some non-nautical themed activities. We could play a party game for all I care. Yeah, we'll do a party game. You saw her brow furrow for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities, then smoothed out as one came to mind. What about the one where something's written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Sure, I say I'd play a party game and I'd stand by it. Who's guessing first? Rock, paper, scissors. The others blinked at you as you made your suggestion. Liz's expression was skeptical. How would we decide who took turns for that? The game that is supposed to be decided who's taking the first turn in the game was originally decided to play. Lee snickered, batting a hand in the air to brush away those minor details. Don't be like that. We'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equals more fun. Together you agreed on an order to go in for the set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. Liz was triumphant in the first game. Then the next challenger was Baxter. He and Liz went up against each other, and Baxter emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who he would go against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Cove. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Cove stared at you with narrowed eyes. The mini game, it might only be a bit of meaningless fun, but Cove meant business. You took your turns, facing each other as others watched on. You raised a hand, curled into a fist, just as Cove did the same. On 3. Cove frowned, focusing intently onto your hands, as he might predict what shape it would make. 1, 2, 3. You picked? Scissors. On the call of 3, Cove's hand stayed as a fist. He went for a fuck! Cove punched the air, pairing the victorious gesture with a single grab lap. He got the better of you today. But Cove's celebration abruptly cut off his refocus. As he refocused on the new challenge ahead, Cove hadn't truly won yet. He gave his final opponent a look of steel. Baxter approached, and Cove's pose stiffened with every step the monochrome newcomer took. Cove's transparent bristling brought a sympathetic smile to Baxter's face. I can concede if this isn't fun anymore. No, we have to do it. You can't just let me win. I'm having fun. The frazzled assertion wasn't as convincing as Cove seemed to think it was. However, Baxter accepted hesitantly. Alright. He then tilted his head and his smile angled with it. Good luck. Good luck to you. What is this hostile environment? What is the vibe, bro? The two young men raised their fists for the last game. The countdown began, and Baxter dropped rock, crushing the scissors Cove had went for. It was over. Cove's face fell right into his hands at the call of Baxter's triumph. Baxter merely shrugged with feigned indifference.
Very well.
Well, that's nice. I won. Who would have known? Cove, still pouting, lifted his face just enough to peek at Baxter. Good job. He was willing to concede the win, even if he was sour about it. That made Baxter's grin return. It was a good game. Boo, I was robbed. You're not just Baxter won, you're Baxter win. That's so cringe. Boo, I was robbed. Better luck next time. We shot Baxter an impressive thumbs up as Liz chuckled in disbelief. The actual game hasn't even started and people are already getting like this. Her pointed look was aimed straight at Cove, who was still recovering from the shame of defeat. He pulled himself together completely after that. With a devious grin. Oops, I skipped the dialogue. Okay. With a devious grin, Lee picked up a pen and notepad from the bar counter. She twirled the glittery pen with her fingers. Leah clarified the rules after Cove raised a wavy brow. Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. Oh, it's like the heads up that people used to do on their phones, where they have a word on their forehead and they have to guess what it is. Okay, the other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. Each person was allowed to say only one clue. After all the hints were given, the guesser would have to decide. We gave each guest at the mini party a piece of paper from her notepad. It was surprisingly thick lined paper with a little starfish printed at the bottom. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a short pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with a logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Baxter had a nice pen with him already, so he respectfully passed on Lee's offer. She turned to you.
Okay.
Here, pick one. I'll go for the pencil. Pull the pencil from the fanned assortment of options Leah presented to you. The pencil's grip's cool, squishy texture in your grip was distracting but not unpleasant. After the random selection of words were determined, the papers were passed around. It was time to start.
Alright.
I guess we know who's going now. Okay, Baxter fished his paper out from his ripped pants pocket and presented it to the group. Loopy handwriting spelled out the word slide. Oh, kids like it. It's for kids. Kids? Lee bounced enthusiastically, holding out a hand to indicate the short height of children. Baxter nodded slowly.
Alright.
Set playgrounds, but not really small ones usually. The playground at our neighborhood doesn't have it, if you've been there. He shook his head, still perplexed. Unfortunately, I have not. Dang. You've been to playgrounds before though, right? Baxter had to pause to think on it. He shrugged.
Maybe?
In my elementary school, I did have recess, but we had sports fields more than traditional playgrounds. For some reason, it's hard to picture you as a little kid. Well, I'd rather you not imagine that, so it all works out. Phil placed a finger on his cheek as he puzzled out the game's conundrum. He tapped his finger absent-mindedly. It's slippery, you can't really walk on it.
Huh?
Slippery. Every clue lost Baxter even more. He had no idea what the word could be. Do you know how to do the cha-cha? Penguins do it on their bellies. Oh, I want to do the cha-cha one because he's a dancer. The cha-cha slide. Oh, slide? Slide. Oh my god. Baxter's floundering confidence returned in full force with a broad grin.
Excellent.
I got it. He flipped the paper over, chased his fingers across the word. He smirked at it. Thank you very much for the tip. Liz patted you on the arm with approval. Nice one. You had the magic approach that time. He flipped his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand at the back of the note so he couldn't see the word, even if light shone through it. In blocky, wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pursed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Sack. Liz turned her head with a incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in his hand. You put them in a sack. Cove blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he would come to understand eventually. It's the major vegetable you use in croquettes. I don't know what that is. Wait, really? Baxter was earnestly taken aback, as if Cove just said he'd never had toast before. Maybe we should change that. There has to be somewhere in this town that serves them, right? Liz cleared her throat, saving Cove from having to respond beyond this round. It's that Mr. Toy with different faces and things. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken.
What?
What's a Mr. Toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. It was your turn to try. Cove, forget the croquettes, french fries. You gave him a look, sending the answer right to him. While filling in the blank Baxter had left. Potato! Or a singular potato?
Yeah.
You're right, yeah. Cove repeated it with a bright, beaming grin. Potatoes! Held his hand out to you for a celebratory high five. I'm gonna give him a thumbs up. He nodded, still looking ecstatic. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I'd gotten it without that. You're welcome. Congrats, now let's go in. You folded the paper given to you, careful not to peek while you showed everyone. Liz leaned in closely with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had a chance to read the words, she jumped up. It's a popular type of dog someone calls that. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff. Okay. A lab.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. Liz gave Cove an edged look. She probably thought it would confuse you. It could be used for photos as well.
Good.
Lab. That's it. Give it here. I get it. I knew it. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper in neat, tiny writing. You saw the word lab printed. Well, that was dumb. Now I'm the clicky mad crew. You should definitely keep this ball rolling. But I cannot, because it is time for me to end my stream. So that's what we're doing. We're doing that right now. Alrighty. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go read out to somebody now. Let's see who's live. Who is live and alive right now? Have a good time zone? Yeah, you too. Let's see. I'm looking at people who are live right now. I see Pika. Pika's live. All right, hold on a second. Excellent. Okay, sorry. I was distracted. Looks like we're gonna read out to Pika Girl 220. Let me scroll back to her name. She's playing Peek with some peoples. They're gonna read out to her. So let's go ahead and read out to her. Tomorrow I'm gonna be back for some Once Human at 6 p.m. EST. So if you want to watch some of that, go ahead and give a follow. I appreciate you being here. And say hi to her. Tell her she's being a cutie. And I'll see you tomorrow.